welcome to the stream. Yes, we're in the same place we were last time. But we're closer to finishing the quest now, so that's progress. Oh, I didn't realize it was September. I've got to be honest, not something I really ever think about. Oh, the duel is happening. Oh yeah, I forgot it was me that had the frog. More fool me for waiting for Mia to speak again before attempting to duel. That is more fool you, yeah. You have to assume she's always here. Just not paying attention. Well, it's fairly even at the moment, like. Not looking well for Mia, though. Unless you get a crit. Oh, they've gone into the missing phase of the fight, great. Oh no, there goes Mia. Well. Alright, bear with me. No frog for you. Bubbles, though. Bubbles can have a frog. That's actually the first time I've gifted the frog to Bubbles since I introduced the... Since Wembley figured out how gear works. In celebration of September, please talk about your favorite submarines or submarine-related stories. Submarine-related stories, huh? My favorite submarines... My favorite submarine isn't actually like a real submarine. It's like the it's like the upgraded nuclear submarine from Civilization 5. Because I would always use at least one of them to just like, no matter how many wars were going on, no matter what was happening in the world, I'd always just like explore the outer reaches of whatever world I was on with at least one submarine, possibly sometimes two, because one would be going across the North Pole and the other would be going across the South Pole. I can't say, aside from some brief mentions on well, there's your problem. I don't actually know very much anything about submarines outside of Hunt for Red October and like Das Boot, and as previously stated, you know, the nuclear submarines from Civ 5. The nuclear submarines from Civ 5 need uranium to upgrade into, or were they a free upgrade? I feel like they were a free upgrade. Might be wrong with that. No, they were a nuclear submarine. They had nuclear in the name. They probably required uranium. My favorite submarine is the one that killed the rich people. I don't think that, like, I guess you can technically class it as a submarine, but I feel like that's unfair. But yeah, I struggle to find things to tell you about submarines, Jacob, unfortunately. I suppose the first submarines that I'm aware of were the ones used by the South in the Civil War, in the American Civil War, which were like neat. Highly ineffective because they didn't have enough of them and they didn't use them properly, but like great idea, like, you know. Submarines were always one of those units in Civ as well that I always They were the ones I always remembered to actually name. My favorite sub I haven't eaten in Subway in like over a decade, but it used to be the meatball marinara. Nuclear subs required uranium, but you could continue to build the original subs that did not need any resources. Yeah. But yeah, I think I was like, I want to say I was like 21 or 22 the last time I went into a Subway. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a meatball marinara. No, it was. I would have been fairly young. Oh, did an ad just start? Shouldn't have. Right, let's see. Can I stop an ad from starting if it has started? There's no snooze ad button. That's unfortunate. Oh, Twitch works for me on fucking Firefox again! Lads, I cannot describe to you what a big innovation this is for me. Twitch works for me on Firefox again. I don't have to fucking use Microsoft Edge anymore. Ah, this is a great day! Unless you run the mod I run, where the original subs require oil and you can no longer build once you have a nuclear sub. Actually, the Titan was a 5-person submersible vessel. How do I stop that? No, okay, so there is an ad and there's nothing I can do about it. Great. Well. But yeah, that, I'm pretty sure that was about 3 minutes, Jacob. I hope you feel you got like. Well, you're subbed. You're not supposed to see an ad. But yeah, Jacob, that was your 3 minutes of talk on me rambling about submarines. I really do hope in the future you pick things that maybe I would know about. Like, I feel like I'm doing you a disservice every time you tell me to talk about something that I have no fucking clue about. But maybe that's what you're looking for. I don't know. I hope you enjoyed it anyway. Water? No, not water. Magic sword flare, maybe? Yep, fire is the way to go. And then we're just gonna do a ground attack. Just hit everyone because I probably bother fighting all these people. I just don't want you to feel like you're spending that much fucking channel points and then you're not getting anything out of it. I should probably maybe lower the cost of the 3-minute talk, maybe down to 3,000 or something. I don't know. I feel if I lowered it down to 3,000 then you'd abuse it. Fair. Good point. Nice. Cube goes next. Let's see what your flare does. I imagine it's going to be shit. Yeah, 176. That's not bad, actually. I could have sworn I got in before Shu and Cliff. If you lowered it, I would just use it to therapize. I think you spelled terror rays wrong, Jacob. Pretty sure you spelled terror rays wrong there. Kira will be able to force you to talk for an entire stream. He can do that now. Yeah, me lowering it by 6,000 isn't going to change that. Okay. That's the way forward, I think. Not 100% actually on the way forward is. No, I didn't misspell it. They're just synonyms. There's a story from World War II in the Pacific where a Japanese sub surfaced so close to an American destroyer that the destroyer could not train its guns on it. The Japanese crew were running to use their deck-mounted weapons, and the American sailors had no hand weapons. So they threw potatoes at the Japanese. The Japanese thought they were throwing hand grenades and promptly ran back into the sub and went under the water. That's how Irish fishermen keep on driving off the Russian Navy anytime they get too close to us. We just load them up with taters and then we send them out. They just fuck the pretties at them. How many medals do I have? 88. Oh. Huh.
Checkpoint.
Okay, well this is a boss fight. Hello.
This man is Guru?
The mist. He's surrounded by cursed mist.
Oh shit, and he's a Super Saiyan 3.
The only thing we can do is try and get rid of it. We should definitely use magic.
Here we go! To be fair, with the state of Russian ships are in, you could probably sink or at least disable them, which one? They surely seem to think so. We gotta help Guru. Okay, so I gotta item, heal, antidote. Oh, can I not? Aha! Oh, come on, I healed him! I think. Did I not? I guess I didn't. Oh, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Oh no. I thought he was good. Spell support magic. Barrier magic? Get a barrier against magic attack. See, what I want to do is use ground to kill all of them, but I think that might murder him as well, and then I'd lose the fight. But I'm gonna do it anyway. We haven't actually done much tonight, so... Ah, shit, that was way too long. Magic flare sword, I guess. Oh, come on, I got him before you got that one. Holy shit, he fucking hits like a truck. Alright. Maru will be fine. Healer. Okay. This is an interesting fight. Fucking hell, that's a lot of damage. Yay, I did it. That's what happens when you go Super Saiyan 3 and you're not prepared for it through training.
Let's bring him home.
But he looks kinda heavy.
Hurry! Give me a
He
hand!
looks kind of heavy. You have superpowers. Just use your shadow to do it, like. His knees are gonna be in bits. Also, they got a good bit into the village. Surely someone would have helped at this point.
Kudu.
It is concerning how far they got into the village and no one helped.
Sarah, Sarah.
Hey, Guru, do you remember us?
We're the ones who beat the shit out of you.
We're the ones you asked to deliver the message to Sarah.
You are the ones. Thank you so much.
Everything that happened was Jilala's doing.
See, the gem is still in one piece.
How? Then I'm no longer...
That's right. You can stay here now.
We can fuck every...
Sarah, I can stay here with you?
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to stay in my friend's place, because
I don't know
You know,
how to thank
they
you.
pulled down your house, but until
don't
you...
worry about
but,
it.
you know,
It was
eventually
no
we'll
big
build a new
deal.
house.
I'm so happy for the two of you. We wish you the best.
Does it look like literally every other
This is
Devi
yours.
dance? Yes, it does.
We must be on our way. The Gorgo tribe will continue to be friends with Jabral. Have no worries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Find it hard to trust a
Okay,
lady who's dressed
see
like a
you around.
pirate.
Join.
We did it! I can feel Guru's love for me, but my love for him is just as strong. And your bravery and dedication is just as strong. Thank you so very much. I truly love Surasura. I've come to realize how strong my feelings are. I will never leave her again. This is all thanks to you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks are great. I was kind of hoping for a reward. Also, Shu is still poisoned. That fight was so short. That fight was so short, I forgot to fucking, like, cure Shu's poison. You cure poison and him. How much money do I have? 19 grand. Yeah, I can... I'm gonna go sleep. I wonder is Surasura's friend that she was platonically living with going to be upset that her friend is no longer gonna be able to live with her. Marimar, stop it. I will have to put you in the unique category of video game characters currently occupied by Mr. Drippy. No, he's not that bad. He's not that bad, Kirash. He's not that bad. He's bad, like, but he's not. He's kind of cute at times. Drippy was there was no upsides to Mr. Drippy.
Playable.
Yep. I'll lower the rate to 15 gold. Oh, tight. Oh, they got all their PP back. Everyone has nice full PP now. Jesus Christ, we should look at Shu's HP. Fucking hell, that man is a tank. I'm surprised that Jiro has the second highest HP. That doesn't seem right. Alright. Back to Jabral.
Detected. Dead.
Back to Jabral so that we can
Detected.
continue on north to the laser fields, which apparently is like so easy to find that I accidentally found it a bunch of times. like when I was trying to come this way. So also I'm going to go into this cave real quick because there's like chests at the back of it. The two that I could see, I'm pretty sure I don't have access to because one's a red chest and one's a black chest. But I'm hoping that like maybe there's other chests back there. I can't believe I didn't get any fucking... I can't believe I didn't get anything for this quest.
Dead.
Like no one gave... Mr. Drippy was Dino Kuni's Romanian rap battle. Transylvanian rap battle to be specific. Okay, so it does seem to only be those two chests. That's unfortunate. The one thing I will say, like one of the main differences that stands out to me from Mr. Drippy and Maru Maru is one, Maru Maru is a child, so he has that going for him, and two, the other people in Maru Maru's species aren't as obnoxious as Maru Maru, where everyone in Mr. Drippy's species was just as obnoxious as he was, if not worse. No reason to fart in this part, but that was a fart of encouragement. It was a fart of elation. Where am I on the world map? Okay, so I'm heading north again. So I want to head south? Because I know obviously that's where I want to go. Or where I was wanting to go. Okay, so there's nothing down here, it's just a chest. Okay. Okay. My name is still on the frog hold. Oh shit, yep. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Bubbles. Or Mia. Completely forgot about that. Hey, Mystic. Welcome along. We are running home from a side quest that we didn't get paid for to go north and enter into the laser fields. A thing that I promised I would do last week. Is this the grinding spot? This is, I think no, it's not here.
Detected. Dead.
There, ooh, SP +2, nice.
Detected.
Yeah, so this isn't the grinding spot, but it's near to the grinding spot, because it's those dudes that are giving me +2 that you're supposed to grind.
Detected. Detected.
There it is.
Dead.
This is where you're supposed to come in here and like run a figure 8.
Dead.
And I don't like, I'll need to read it again to fully understand it. I think I might need a second person's opinion, because I don't think I'm fully understanding what the guide that I found says.
Right.
Because it says just come in here and like, it says come in here and like just wait and like enemies will come to you. It's like, one, that's not how magic regeneration works, so I would run out of barrier really quickly, and two, the enemies don't spawn endlessly. Like, I've done this once or twice with less MP, and like they don't spawn endlessly, they stop fairly quickly.
Dead. Detected. Dead. Rank up.
Oh, got another rank up. See, it is a good way to level up your jobs. It's just not the quickest. Or it's not like you will have to like leave constantly. Skills. Fluke. Oh, there's a Sneasel named Mystic. Yeah. Enjoy the lurk. Alright, I think we'll go with magic defense. Oh. Yeah. What level is... She's 15 now. Oh, and he's 20. Okay. So Shadow. Jiro doesn't need to be a generalist anymore. He can go back to being... a barrier magic guy. Regenerate HP, sure. That magic. Accessory 2. And... give him magic sword? Yeah, I should give him magic sword. Magic sword's the second thing he uses. I'm gonna give him regenerate HP instead of black magic, because he's not using black magic. His black magic is like level 4, I've never really... Alright, so you're 15, I'm getting you up to 20. Okay, so you're 20, so I can move you on to being a guardian again. Charged attack. Bow down. Counter attack. Black magic for Sentinel Shield. Ooh, never mind. Battlist. It's the one I want to go for. Sentinel Shield doesn't seem to be doing me any wonders. Caution, prevent preemptive attacks, magic defense up. Accessory. Ah, I should give him the accessory +2, shouldn't I? He doesn't need +25 HP. His HP is already crazy. Maybe his HP isn't that high. I don't know, 290. Grand. 13, yeah. 16, yeah, sure. And then I have to give the accessories back to them. You had a stomach band, and... what else was it you had? Was it the belly button ring? I think it was the leather belt, actually. Because you had really high HP. Resists panic. And the stomach band and the... you had this, if I recall correctly. Actually, you know, I'm gonna give you the leather belt as well, because you're squishy. And I'll give you this. I'll give you... I'm gonna give you a bow tie, because I think you'll look cute with a bow tie. And you already have magic shoes, so... and onwards to the laser fields. Nice, I can kill these guys too, sweet. I love being slightly over leveled, it's great. The laser fields are over in... nope, not over in that direction. The laser fields were in this direction. Oh, I saw that guy drop from the sky. A lot of those wings on those things seem vestigial. rank up for someone. Who was that for? Rizola, I think. I bet you I can't. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. I can't. What the hell is a snom? Oh shit, there's two of them.
Counter.
Well, that's unfortunate. Ah, that's what's unfortunate. Items, heal, mega magical medicine. How much is that? 50. Formation.
Agility down.
Jeez fucking Christ, that was a lot of damage. Go on, hit. Oh, cool, he's gonna hit Shu because Shu has the guard thing. So that's how guard works. It doesn't, what it says is it guards another player, but how it actually works is it guards another player if that other player is one hit away from death. Which makes sense. I mean, that's usually how those types of moves work, but... Ah! I got from Shadow has that weird... Right. Spell, heal, Maru.
Targeting down.
Targeting down. Spell. Let's do extract on this. I don't need to extract. Oh yeah, because it's, well, yeah, they're the only ones that need it. Magic sword, flare on you.
Miss.
Ha! I mean, if you're defending someone from an attack and that attack misses you,
Shield.
would that not mean that, like, you're not, like, the attack doesn't hit? Or it might hit the person you were trying to defend. Where did that go immediately? I wanted to charge that.
Defeated.
Magic sword, shadow. $36, that was terrible. 50, that was even worse, my god. Spell. Trap Flora? Spell. I'm gonna extract. Oh, I forgot extract does this. I hate these charges. I'm always bad at them because they react like a second too late. Alright, well it wasn't in the sweet spot, but at least it wasn't, it didn't put her after the lizard man, so that's the main thing. That was in the sweet spot. That doesn't seem like that's how trap floor should work. That was broken. So there was a trap floor in front of Maru and Shu, and because Maru was so low on health, Shu jumped in front of Maru to guard him. And I don't know if it was the trap floor in front of Maru that procced, or whether it was the trap floor in front of Shu that procced. I really hope it wasn't both of them.
Target down. Defeated.
Have you tried reacting a second earlier? I have. I can't. I've tried. Ooh, we did not come out of that. We did not come out of that battle healthy. Right. Here we go. That's the right direction. To the laser fields, just like I promised. This first... Oh, there was a quick travel here. Well, I didn't know there was a quick travel here. Or I'd forgotten, so...
What is this?
It's called a desert.
The surface looks cut. I've never seen that before.
I have. I've played Valkyria Chronicles. I've seen this. I've seen this exact scene. Music wasn't as intense the last time I was here with my tank, though. Oh look! I feel like it's an insult to tortoises to call those things tortoises, but like. About as close as you go. Whoa. Namek was more purplish than this place, wasn't it? Namek wasn't like a desert. Namek was like... alien environment. Magic sword, flare, I guess. What are these things called? What the hell is this thing called? Oh, it's a flame needle mole. Of course, yeah. Fuck. That was not the sweet spot.
Defeated.
Okay, so they're kind of weak.
Defeated.
Google flugel. Also, Jacob, you mentioned something Dragon Ball Z connoisseur earlier. Were you referring to yourself?
Item. Detected.
Wait. Skill. You. Haha! You have... Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Aha! Now you have no idea where I am. Why do you still know where I am? Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have put on a giant glowing shield when it turned invisible. Maybe that was a bad idea. Alright, okay. That's fair. sweet spot. Barrier attack. Trap Flora, or I could put him back to sleep. But then Shu's just gonna wake him up. What does Deflect do? Let's go with Trap Flora. Nope, overshot it. I think I'm gonna jump back here, Luke. $570. 546 is good. Oh, 184 is strong.
Defeated.
Oh no, he's dead. Never mind. He's dead. It's fine. Honk Mimimi. Is your next username change going to be Triple X missing in action? Triple X, don't tempt her. Don't tempt her, dude. What am I saying? Don't tempt her. Don't give her ideas. Wouldn't even be a temptation. She'd just be like, oh yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that before?
Leg. Leg.
Ah, cowards.
Detected.
Okay, so there's only one at a time. That's not bad. One of my friends called me MIA. Oh, I love my Melody. Don't worry. She's so awesome. Right. So... Ground, maybe? Spinning attack, which hits everyone, I assume? No, it just hits Jiro. Okay. I don't know what this thing would be weak against. This is what I'd need help from, This is what I'd need help from Squid for. I doubt it's weak against water, right? It's a turtle. Just gonna try Flare and see what that does. And then we'll go with Flare Sword as well. Just flares across the board. And then we'll give everyone Trap Floor. Well, not everyone, but everyone who counts. Oh yeah! Zuelos is one of those Pokemon that I wanted to have on my team in a Pokemon run, but I didn't because he wasn't in the game I was playing. He was a generation after the game I was playing, unfortunately. Come on, the thing's on its back and you did fucking 38 damage to it? Ah well, can't catch them all. Despite what the tagline for the franchise says, you can't actually catch them all, so...
Item.
Come here to me. I bet you give... Yeah, you do give a good SP. Come here to me.
Dead. Dead.
Nice. Now. I want to leave. I want to leave and heal. Like, my health is generally okay. What's fucking me is Kluk has no MP left.
Dead. Lead.
Okay, so these things do fuck all damage, right? Okay. So, item heal. Let's use a Shadow Crystals are great. And I've already used all of my Grand Shadow Crystals. I don't want to use Ultra Magical Man. Look, I have loads of it. I'm going to use my Mega Magical Medicine. I have a lot of it. And then I'm just going to hit these things in the face. Like, why waste mana on them? Oh no, not 11 damage. What'll I do? I'm gonna use what Terra either, that's just a waste of 10 MP. I definitely do not respect these things as much as I probably should. I'm gonna come back to bite me in the arse, probably.
Counter. Defeated.
Or not. Or they're all little bitches that are just gonna like...
Defeated.
Yep.
Boost. Power up.
Oh, that's not the one they wanted.
Defeated.
470. Christ.
Poison.
Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that.
Defeated.
Wow, when you're getting killed by Zola, that's when you know things have gone wrong for you. Oh, I got a crystal on. Uro Jiro. Oh. That's bad, man. I didn't even charge that. That was terrible.
Poison. Defeated. Boost. Defeated.
Okay, so it's vitality you need to get your health back up. Okay. Jesus Christ, Shu's health is at like 612. My god. How do you think a creature like this evolves? Like, what is it that fucked the moles to like get this weird hybrid?
Defeated.
Alright, wind.
Defeated.
Nice. What the fuck?
I miss the music so, a light shining on my heart, a memory of forgotten love.
New skill.
1069. Nice. Hey! Jiro learn Barrier Magic or Barrier Magic 4. Sweet.
Item. Lead.
He tried to flee, but he ran into me.
Counter. Defeated. Counter. Defeated.
Oh, stop hitting shot. I wonder, are they hitting Shu because they're just like, if we kill him, he'll kill us quick. It'll quicken up this process for everyone.
Defeated.
Alright, so, two skills were had. I think Sola can get a second accessory now. She can. So we're gonna give her a scarf because we don't want her to have stink. Yeah. And then I think Jiro can have a new... No, it's Maramara can have a new skill. So Maramara will get... Battle lessons? Battle lessons, yeah. Did Shu's Shadow just do finger guns? No, he gave a thumbs up. Like, if you look up where it says the word skill up on the top left hand of the screen, and you see a little dragon hand doing a thumbs up, that's what the dragon does when he wins the fight. He gives a thumbs up. And then Jiro got Barrier 4, which... Does Kluk have Barrier 4? Yeah, Kluk has Barrier 4, yeah, okay. Controlling the attack, controlling the direction of where Shu lunges when you attack with him is nigh impossible.
Defeated. Defeated. Defeated.
Nice. I feel like that's not the sound a bull makes. Like, I haven't said anything about it till now, but like, the way that he goes every time, like, you see one of Jiro's poses, it's like, that's not a sound a bull makes.
Detected.
Did you know that if you hatch an egg too close to an open fire, the chick will catch on fire and die? I am currently learning how to run a farm in Valhalla. You see, if that was me, the way I would have typed it was, did you know that you can if you hatch an egg too close to an open fire, the chick will catch on fire and die? In unrelated news, I'm learning how to farm in Valhalla. I'm learning how to create a farm in Valhalla. Support. Panic? Is it? Poison? Poison. Magic sword, flare. Spell. Let's go with flare because it's a single target. And then we go for sword.
Guard.
What? Ah. 475 is good. Nice. So he has about 700-800 health. Maybe actually might have closer to 900 health. But I can, like, with two good attacks, I can fucking murder those dudes. That's good to know. Grand Tribe's Ring. Accessories. The diamond encrusted ring. A diamond. The wearer gains gold when attacking in battle, but it removes 100 attack off of them. Also removes 20 agility and just gives them 140 attack. Except it doesn't give them 140 attack because it's saying it'll bring Shu from 146 up to 140. Oh, his current one only gives 45. Okay. But yeah, this would reduce my attack, but it would increase my health and my defense and my magic attack. I don't know if I want to lower. I don't know if I want to lower Marimar's attack that much. It's just worse for Clue. It's worse for her as well. In your opinion, is poison green or purple or something else? IRL? Like IRL, it doesn't have a color, but like in traditional media, I guess green is more toxic gas, whereas purple is more kind of like venom. When I think poison, green, I guess green. Like, because for me, purple is more associated with like venom, I guess. Than like a natural kind of. Why?
Defeated. Defeated. Defeated.
Wait, are you back to school today, Mia? Is today your first day back in school?
Treasure.
Treasure.
Item.
If so, I hope it was a good first day. I just saw the poison spell in this game make a green particle board and I thought it looked weird. Poison is blue. Like Democrats. I hope you had a good first day. Was it nice? Like okay, I can imagine, or maybe this is more me. Like, I never spent time with nearly anyone in my class during summer, so it was nice. It was always nice to see some of them at least. What would go back. Most of them it wasn't, but you know, I didn't have the best school experience. Ah, you have free time now. Sweet.
Defeated.
Wait, isn't... Maybe I'd, like... This is probably the point where, like, the British education system's going to have to be explained to me again. But, like, don't you have exams at the end of this year? Like, aren't your A-levels at the end of this year? Or is, like, 6th form, like, a multiple year thing? Is 6th form going to last 2 years or whatever? Or is it, like, for some reason I have it in my head that it's a single year. Probably wrong about that, though. So it's a 2-year thing. Okay, so it's like this year and next year. And when I say this year, I mean like this school year, not this calendar year. Spell. Wind. exams both years. Okay. So there are 2 years and you have exams in both of them. Okay. Do both of the exams on both of the years matter, or is it only the exam on the second year and the exam on the first year are kind of like mocks to get you ready for them or whatever? Or is it like half your exams are done in the first year and then the other half are done in the second year? Okay, yeah, the A levels are the main ones and the rest are mocks. Okay. Ironically, the exams at the end of the first year could be considered more important as well, even though they don't count towards your final grade. But they inform what your predicted grades are, and those are what you use to apply for uni. Huh. That's a stupid way to apply for university. Why wouldn't you just apply with your final grade? I guess, obviously, because like the scheduling time of when you get your grades and when you can apply for university is like not in sync, but that's weird. Over here the results come out in May, or no, the exams happen in May, the results come out in like June-ish, I think, and then between June and September is like you would have applied for college, you would have applied for universities and third level institutions before you did your Leaving Cert. Then you do your Leaving Cert, and then the results come out in June, and then depending on the results you got, you like are sent exception letters or like from different colleges, from different universities. I did philosophy and ethics. We did about Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. How much did you learn about ethics in video game journalism? There's a process called clearing for university where on the day you get your final results, if you did get worse or rarely better at your predicted grades, you have to phone universities that day to try and negotiate to get us. Jesus Christ, that sounds fucking hard.
Defeated. Defeated. Rank up. Detected. Detected.
Horned lazy bear.
Counter.
Yeah, free attack. Nice. Maybe, and I'll just warn you of this in future, Mia, so like, I'll warn you of this so you can protect yourself from it in future. Maybe not a good idea amongst a group of people you consider your friends to say, I am a master gaslighter. Maybe not something to like announce to the world. It's like going up to a group of friends and just being like, lads, did you know I am great at lying? You could never tell because I'm so good at lying that you've never picked up on any of my lies. But I am a fantastic liar. It's just like, oh, okay, I guess I won't be your friend anymore. Crazy, I never said that. Flare sword. Magic sword, flare sword. Spell support. Go, EP. Go on, go sleep. Go sleep.
Sleep.
Yeah, go sleep. I wonder, is he here's a question. Is he no longer protect? Is he no longer guarded from poison? That would be interesting. No, he's guarded from sleep. He's guarded from poison even while he's asleep. Good to know. Her name isn't even really Mia. It's Blorbo Kickflip. Your school calls you Mia now. That's sweet. That's not something I expected out of Turf Island, but you know, fair play to him.
Item. Detected. Item. Left.
I mean, legally, legally, my first name isn't Zeke, but like, here I am.
Critical.
Oh fuck! Look at Zola pretending she can do damage. My biology teacher came up to me like, so what do we go by nowadays? That's like a boomer trying to be sweet and nice and understanding. That's like, so I hear you've done this whole transing thing. What do you want me to call you, I guess? Like, in its own way, it's like at least they're trying to be understanding, I guess. Yeah, he means well. He does mean well.
Item. Detected. Lost.
I technically hit him in the arse, right? Yeah, I sure did. Nice. Going up to a trans person, like, so the CAA got you, huh? Magic Sword. Why does he get to go so early? That shouldn't be right. Support. Go eat. Sleep. You're very sleepy. Go sleep. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if anyone pays attention to it. I imagine no one cares. But the Great British Bake Off isn't going to do culturally themed food weeks anymore. Because when they tried to do Mexican week last year, it was very racist. I just wanted to share that because I thought it was funny. And the article that I read it in, the picture that they used to illustrate the point was the two presenters dressed in ponchos and sombreros. It was hilarious. They can't make me stare into the spiral. I'll just close my eyes. You're telling me the British people are racist? Shocked and appalled. They did a racist skit. Every time they do ethnic theme shit, it is racist as hell. Disappointing for what used to be so wholesome, right? I mean, I feel like I don't like, because they used to do something similar in Australian MasterChef where they do like different themes every week, and sometimes those themes were like not cultural but like national, I guess, like do German food or whatever, yeah. But it was never offensive on like MasterChef Australia because they just were like, here, do this cuisine, right? Do German cuisine, do Mexican cuisine, blank, whatever. when the Great British Bake Off did it, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do a skit." And it's like, what? Wait, why are you gonna do a skit? Yeah, we're gonna get the guy from fucking, I can't remember his name, the fat guy from Little Britain. We're gonna get that guy to do a skit with the guy from I can't remember the name of the sitcom the other guy was from. It was like very popular in the early 2000s, late 90s. Matt Lucas, yeah. And Noel Fielding, yeah, the Mighty Boosh. That's what I'm trying to think of, yeah, the Mighty Boosh. It's the problem that tends to happen when a show gets popular. A producer comes up with a bulk of ideas instead of a writer, yeah. But yeah, that's. I think they went a bit overboard by like getting rid of the themed weeks altogether, because then it just kind of makes the food kind of bland and boring. Like, I mean, it's nice every once in a while to like inject a bit of culture into it and be like, here, try cuisine from a different part of the world. But like, I don't think they needed. They should have just gotten rid of the skits and the costumes. They did not need the costumes. The costumes were very, very much unnecessary. Oh. He gets to go. He gets to go immediately on wake up. That don't seem fair. Great British Bake Off should only cook British cuisine, like bees on toast. I don't know.
New skill.
It would cost them basically nothing to hire a baker from the culture in question and get them to lead them, right? Like, that's what they used to do in MasterChef. They used to get in like guest chefs, and that chef would like lead whatever themed week it was. Like, it's not hard. Ooh, charged defense. What the fuck is that? That sounds terrible. What's charged defense? Decrease damage by the charged amount of the defend command. Oh, that sounds horrible. That sounds terrible. Mia, you realize you can't hear accent through text. Scones, scones, scones. Scones, 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 scones. Scones? I only know the two ways to pronounce scone.
Red.
March me.
Detected.
Scones. Scones. The last one is pronounced Worcestershire sauce. I say both because I'm actually a parrot that has shapeshifted into a human and just repeats funny sounds. that makes so many of our conversations make so much more sense in hindsight.
Defeated.
You're actually the parrot from the one Ace Attorney game. Oh, I miss Ace Attorney. I miss Jacob playing Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney was fun. Mostly because of how much it frustrated Jacob, but... like, the thing paid me in crackers. Look, you said you wanted crackers. I thought it was weird, but you wouldn't stop repeating it, so I just went along. Does it annoy Scottish people if you ask why they used to crown their kings on a piece of baked goods? I will ask my wife about that later, and I will get back to you.
Counter. Defeated. Level up.
I want to play Detective Pikachu on stream, which would hopefully recapture. No, it wouldn't. As someone who's played
Item.
the Detective Pikachu game, I think you have also played the Detective Pikachu game, haven't you? It's not a great game. It's like it's meant for. It's not even meant for like teens or tweens. That is meant for children, like very young children. It's not a good game. It's an okay game, but like it doesn't have the same humor to it that the Detective Pikachu game for the Nintendo 3DS. Is there another one coming out? I'm talking about the one that came out years ago before the movie. Oh, there's one coming out on the Switch. Oh. Okay.
Detective.
Was it the Scottish who had the Stone of Destiny? Yes, it was the Scottish who had the Stone of Destiny. Therosaur. Sword, because I'm going to try to blow it onto its back. Magic sword, wind sword. Spell. Round. Wind. There you go. Don't flip it over again. No! Okay, it's fine. He just did he did a full flip. Okay. If I recall correctly, I bought the Detective Pikachu game not under peer pressure or anything. It was kind of just because the friend group I was in at the time, it like the meme of Pikachu in that game being voiced by like a haired, gruff old man, or possibly Danny DeVito, was just so intense in that group that like a good lot of us bought that game because it was just like the idea of it was so ingrained in us that we just had to be part of that. We just had to like get the product.
Critical. Defeated.
It was an okay game. You could fucking tell what the mystery at the end of it was by like 20 minutes into it, but it was an okay game. Most of the fun I got out of that game was me doing voices to myself for what Pikachu sounded like.
Critical. Defeated. Defeated.
You came back at the wrong time, my dude.
Defeated.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if this game started blasting last surprise at the next boss fight. Which reminds me so heavily of Persona. This game reminds you of Persona 5. This game. No, Mia, like I like this game, but Jesus Christ, don't compare it to Persona 5. That's like there is not a these games are night and day. What the fuck? No. Also, because I attacked that dude, I'm going to lose that clue and I'm going to lose that treasure. Zoomer sees 4 people stood in a lane. Oh my god, it's a Persona reference! No, this game is nothing like Persona.
Defeated. Critical. Defeated.
No, the shadows look like Personas, just longer and goofier, so not like them at all then.
Level up.
Fuck! I hate that when things drop from a monster after it dies, if anything happens, you will be. What the fuck are those things?
Detected.
Ah, it's a pirate. The pirate. Of course it is. Are these things related to you, Kira? Could you tell them to like go away? Play a second RPG, please. Yeah, I agree with Doug. I agree with Jacob on this sentiment. For the love of God, play another RPG. Play another Persona game. You hated Persona 5? Jesus Christ. Oh. Play a Western RPG then. Okay, there's a difference between hating a game and not being able to finish it. There's plenty of RPGs that I've loved, and I just haven't been able to finish because RPGs are fucking long. Like, it's literally the whole point of this channel is RPGs that I was like, oh, this is really fun, but then I just couldn't finish them. If I hit them with flare, is that gonna... Nope. I thought hitting them with flare might make them all alight, but I guess not. Ground. Magic sword, flare.
Defeated.
That's disappointing that the flare doesn't do anything. See what ground does. Kills all of them. Cool. You're a zoomer as well, Jacob. Jacob is on the... I'm pretty sure Jacob is on the cusp of being a millennial. I think. Jacob's like 26, right? I think he's like one of the last millennials, possibly. Currently 160 hours into a CRPG. Don't even pretend we are close to the same. You tried to play Final Fantasy and you didn't. Yeah, Final Fantasies aren't great though. Final Fantasies are very much Final Fantasies are very much you have to like Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is not for everyone. There are loads of RPGs out there. Play Last Remnant. Play the shitty B-rate ones that like aren't fucking lauded. Because those ones are the ones that like have stupid mechanics in, like this. They're the ones that have stupid and silly mechanics in them that you can have fun with. Play Eternal Sonata. Play Eternal Sonata. That's a JRPG that I think you might like. It nearly ended my friendship with my best friend, and it's one of the most scarring games I've ever played in my life, but I think you might like it. Flare. Item, heal, mega magic on this. Spell, ground. Did he just use an attack called Germ?
Down. Countered.
fast twisted. The rats evolved to fireworks. No, there's just giants around here that are like, there's just giants around here that are like assholes. Like some teenager just grabbed all of these rats. Some giant teenager grabbed all of these rats and attached fireworks to their back and then lit them because they're a fucking sadist. Magic sword. Spell. Ground. Yeah, put me after shoe. I thought I was gonna put me after shoe. Unfortunate.
Defeated. Counter.
Is this one gonna hit? Is that gonna hit the one that just got countered? No. No, it's fine.
Defeated.
Oh, I meant to ask, Jacob, are you still how are you getting on with antimatter dimensions now that it's on your PC? Has it become more or less of a game for you? Have you become more or less interested in it, or more or less active with it, I suppose? Maybe is the question. My last reality was about 2 days ago. Is that good? Is that good or bad? Seems bad.
A river in a dry land, the last ace in a lost hand, a heartbeat for a tin man, oasis in a singed land.
There you go. Now I do the antimatter and infinity stages basically instantly. I don't know what you mean by stages. Do you mean challenges? I don't really pay attention to my antimatter or my infinity anymore. At the moment I'm trying to grind up to like 140 time theorems so I can do the first eternity challenge a second time. Oh, do you have to, when you get to the time, when you get to like the reality portion, do you have to start from the start or whatever and do the so from one antimatter to first infinity and then from break infinity to first eternity in like a second turn. And do you have to do those at the start every like new, I assume you have to do those at the start of every new reality or whatever. Fire sword.
Defeated. L down. Counter.
Yeah, the next rotation is restarting from the beginning as you go get crazy bonuses. Yeah. I don't know if you ever pay attention to the scroller along the top and like occasionally it links other idle games. I've played like one or two of those other idle games and none of them interest me. There was one actually that looked kind of cool, but it was too complicated. Can't for the life of me remember what it was called. It's like Spells and Demons or something. Can't remember what it was called. Ruins and Demons, maybe? I don't know. A really cool interface, but like it was just ground. Whoever's gonna get hit by this is gonna die. Oh, 612, Jesus. I got a secret achievement from
Treasure.
I think I got a secret achievement for clicking the No, I didn't want to click leave it alone. But yeah, I think I got a secret achievement from clicking the banner at one point, or clicking a particular message on the banner.
It looks like the moons are really close.
The moons? Did you just say moon as...
Moonlight! Moonlight!
You have a dance for moonlight as well. Did that moon just move?
It's moving.
Yes, it did.
Whoa!
It is! It's moving! But why?
That's why.
This way!
I'm just saying, if an orbital cannon the size of the moon got in your direction, I don't think hiding behind a big rock is going to help you.
What the heck is going on here?
Playable.
I do and me whole have Guinness today. I work in the morning. Also hydrate. Ugh. I'm old, Mia. If I was to get drunk tonight, I would wake up and have a hangover for all of tomorrow. Like literally the whole day. Oh God, what is that?
Detected. Item.
Holy shit!
Detected.
No.
Detected.
Okay, it tracks me. The laser moon tracks me. Jacob, don't spoil Dead Space 3. Why did Alice attack Shu with this? Can something spoil if it's already rotten? Flare sword. If I had to guess, it would be the orbital cannon, but that's just a theory against it. I have enough for ground. And then ground the rest of them.
Defeated.
Nice. And then another group comes in.
Boost.
MP restored, that's what I want to see.
Critical.
Oh, nice, critical. Good.
Defeated.
Well, that was a waste of an attack. Spell. Ground. Yeah, it's probably good enough.
Defeated.
Yep, that was good enough. Oh no, it wasn't good enough for the last guy.
Defeated.
Nice! Defeated him with a 69. Nice.
Rank up. Treasure ask. Item. Item.
Okay, so... She got to level 20 with Generalist. So... Oof, do I move her back to being a Swordmaster? I think I need to move her back to being a Swordmaster. I mean, her damage sucks ass. And again, she's in the back. She's in the back row. Maybe I should get her to do black magic. What's her base magic attack like? 4, 1, 4, 5. No, I need another physical attack. No, do I need another physical attacker? It'd probably be good to have another magic attacker. Master of tricky skills. Magic user specialist in attacks. Master of physical skills. Reliable defender. I mean, eventually, once I figure out how to farm SP, it doesn't matter. I'll just get everyone to like max level, but or everyone to max rank, I suppose. But for now, I think I want another magic attacker. Yeah, I do. Rise. Supplies. Agility. Purity? Vendai has made stall. You know, there was a few times that I thought Mowdown could be useful recently. Yeah, give her steel. Why not? 17, 19. Cluke will be changing out a generalist fairly soon. Oh, you got barrier magic at 20. Okay. Change back to support magic. Field barrier you don't need. Generate HP? You're nearly at 20. Okay.
Lost.
Okay, the moon can't see me behind this rock, so I'm good. Huh?
Detected.
It's a steel monkey. I don't think these things are monkeys. Oh shit, you already have grounded? Even Cluke doesn't even have grounded. Shit. No, I've forgotten that I have to change about everyone's accessories. Spell. Ooh, that was too long. Nice. Tight. Oh, fuck.
Power up.
Okay, don't let them see you for too long because they'll power up. Good to know. Right, I'm just gonna do this for the next 2 minutes. They're just all about the germs today, aren't they?
L down.
Spell. Black magic. Round. Let's check what level of magic Duke has. It's clearly not enough. Oh, careful.
Item.
What level is your black magic at? 17. And your black magic is at 8. Why does she have access to Grounda but Fluke doesn't? Fluke should have access to more black magic than... Maybe it's because she's in black magic? Maybe if I put Fluke back into black magic, she would have, like, all those second level attacks, maybe? Maybe that's it. Ah! No, I technically hit you before it said power up, so you don't get to power up. That's how that works. Spell, black magic. And
Defeated. Defeated.
suddenly, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Zola became a useful character. Oh yeah, I have to put on accessories.
Treasure.
Treasure.
Item.
Right. Accessories. Yeah, let's put the accessories on this idiot again. Belt. Oops. Scurf. Okay, we're putting a dog collar on Zola. I'm doing it mostly to give her MP, but it's not a great look. At least she has earth resistance now. Also, Maru is also getting a dog collar. Don't look into the fact that I put dog collars on the minority and the woman. It's a coincidence. I'm not a racist.
Item. Detected. 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 Item. Lost. Detected.
No.
Detected. Item. Lost. Power up.
No.
Power up. Detected.
Why aren't the lasers fucking them up?
Detected. Lost. Lost. Item.
Sorry. Had to blow my nose.
Lost. Detected. Lost. Detected. Lost.
I love that this, like, orbital laser makes a pew-pew sound.
Detected. Detected. Detected.
Whoa, look at that guy! Surely window will fuck this dude up. He's literally in the ground. Ah. Barrier magic, heals. I was wondering what was happening with Maru Maru and Zola there, and then I remembered that I made them smelly. Wait, no, he's a robot. Use water. Didn't do as much as I was hoping. Okay, Jiro's stunned. Jiro's like the weakest person I have. Oh, that did 133 damage to Zola. That's terrifying. Oh no, Jiro was the one that was going to... Jiro is the one that was putting down shields on everyone. Ooh. See what water does to him. Not much.
Critical. Slow down.
Very much not much. Spell, no. Item. Heal. Mental Surge, I think? So, yeah, let's try water. Let's try fire, I guess. Water seems to work fairly. Oh wait, let's use extract.
Defeated.
There you go. Whoa! There's no way I can use those lasers to like kill people, right? Like it doesn't affect the enemy, I don't think. Spell. Oh wow! I did not expect that to defeat the. I did not expect that to defeat the tortoise. Wing the sword on you. Yeah. Just hoping that would flip him. Why did that hit the middle guy? Oh, whatever.
Defeated.
Come on, bring it home, Mara. There you go. Good lad. Oh, shit.
Item. Detected.
How the fuck do I get over there?
Detected. Lost. Item. Lost. Detected.
Thankfully I can run more. Jesus Christ. Christ, that's loud.
Item. Lost.
I think I'm fighting the steel. Yep, I got a back attack on the steel monkey. Cool. Spell. Ground. Should I do ground? Just do ground. See how ground works out for me. Oof, that's not great. So they're made out of steel, so like fire should be the way to go, right? Like nothing to steal.
Defeated.
Can jet engine fuel melt steel monkeys? I am very much looking forward to not being on these fucking laser fields anymore, because more so than anything, they're just fucking loud. Spell. Round. Spell. Round. Yeah, I apologize for the loudness.
Rank up.
I would go through the bother of like turning down the stream sound and everything, but like I'm not going to be in this laser field forever. And I'll forget to turn it back up. Fuck.
Item.
Okay, so I got an earring. It gives magic defense. When defending, it will restore about 10 MP. Huh. I mean, I'm never going to be defending, but okay. Prevents the poison status element. Increase my magic defense. Now we'll bring his MP down. Super metal earring. What does the current one do? Nothing. Just increases defense. And this increases defense by a little bit. Like, wow, only 5 more. Okay, never mind. I might give it to Jiro, I think. Just to like level out his defense with everything else. His magical defense with everything else. He's not going to be immune to poison anymore, but like, whatever. There was more treasure chests I wanted to get. This is a very bad orbital laser. Like, the fact that it hasn't hit us once. This is very weird. It's weird that, like, the new Fallout game has such a
So dark.
cold open to it like this.
Where'd that machine hand go?
Who knows?
This may be a trap.
I think something's here.
Yeah, it's us.
I can feel it. We're being watched.
Who's there?
Or the laser is being manned by the government of Spaceballs.
Join.
I gotcha! Alright, who are you? Ow!
So, it is a trap.
I don't know. They're acting kind of strange.
Yes. Not like enemies.
They're frightened.
They don't seem like monsters, do they?
No.
They have a fountain. They couldn't be monsters.
So, what's going on here?
Jesus Christ,
glad you are
Jacob.
safe.
Are you the one that helped us out?
That is our job, helping people.
Your job?
We are servants created in the age of the magic civilization that flourished here long ago. We have no intention of harming you.
Would you
No
like a back
intention of
massage?
harming you either. We only came here to destroy the machines of war in the ancient ruins.
Thanks for saving our hides back there.
We would like to assist you in any way we can.
Please, no one has
We have
given us
not
an
had the
order in over
opportunity to
1,000
serve in
years.
ages. So if you please,
Really? Oh, sure. That'd be great.
Bring it on!
did everyone hear that? It's been a long time, but we'll show our hospitality. It's time to get to work.
Right away, boss!
They are very eager to serve you. Your wish is our command.
And please, when
Okay,
when we are
thanks.
serving you, please be as dismissive as possible.
Join.
It's to do with our programming. It's not a kink. Just please, like, if you would spit on us, maybe.
Item.
Save progress. Oh, that's a good team tune. Hello, number 49. This is the town of Boroi. With our own hands, we've built a replica of one of the ancients' towns. The ancients? Are any still alive?
Some are, yeah. You might be more familiar with them than you know.
Oh no, I seem to have gotten myself tied up in these ropes I was carrying. How silly of me. Would you like to punish me? The ancients, our masters, no longer exist due to their many wars.
Join.
Okay, well, if number 49 exists, that means number 69 is around here somewhere. And that is the goal of the rest of tonight.
When the war was near its ending, people started to wonder why they had started the war. New weapons were made, one after the next, for the sole purpose of war. The moon is a production of the situation. Wars continued for the sake of the weapons. The end of the ancients may have been unavoidable.
24. An ancient civilization. The ancient civilization was very rich. Magic and machinery fostered each other's growth. They merged. We too owe our existence to that civilization. Why did that wonderful civilization have to fade away? Machines like us cannot understand. It's because they went woke. It's because they went woke. It ended their civilization. Their civilization fell apart due to decadence. That moon is an artificial satellite built by the people of old. The lasers that attacked you were used in war. When they sense magic, they attack blindly like that. Huh, interesting. Ah, this is the inn. Well, I do need a nap. Ooh, books! Ooh, the portrait of a machine! Yes. Go ahead, the doctor responded. What do you hope to gain from this? I told you, it's an experiment, mere interest. Well then, I had better get moving so that you can conduct your experiment, I replied. As I started walking, the doctor said, I almost forgot something very important. You do not yet have a name that you must get for yourself. It seemed that without a name, others would have no way to identify me as an individual. Still, I would not always be a machine. Even taking on a name would be nothing but an experiment. But for the time being, my objective was to acquire a name. And so the experiment began. I left the doctor's workshop, walking aimlessly until I found myself in a busy part of town. The townspeople were shocked when they saw me. Many looked me over from head to toe as they passed by. One young boy came right up to me, stopped, and looked me? And looked up, alright. I tried talking to him, saying, well, hello there, to which I also added a friendly wave for good measure, but the young boy was dumbstruck at my sudden greeting. I don't think Jacob's ever played this, but one of the games he has that I've played is Horus. Reading all of this is very, very similar to Horus. It can talk! The boy was so surprised, his voice cracked. But it wasn't only him. The other townspeople were astonished to see a human-like machine. Some even rushed over to make sure that the voice they had just heard was real. Say that again. Was that really you who spoke? Asked one man when he came up to me. He introduced himself as a newspaper reporter. My name's Finch, he said. I'd like to write an article about you. What's your name? Where are you from? Who made you and what are you doing here? I have no name. I came from Dr. Zaid's workshop. Dr. Zaid made me. As for what I am doing here, well, I am answering your questions, I suppose. After I answered him, he took out a notepad and started writing down what I had said. We can get a room with this machine. It's like an automatic check-in. Whatever. That's what this thing's for then? He's not the innkeeper? Who knows?
Join.
Would you like to rest with our sleeping wave? It is free for our honorable guests. Fuck yeah, I want to sleep for free! Hailing has been completed. Please come again. So what do you do? This is an inn. To request a room, please check in using that monitor there. Yeah.
Join.
Okay. I think I might have sequence broke that conversation and thus stole some dialogue from myself, but okay. Rebuilding garage.
Gold.
No name, eh? He scratched the tip of his nose with his pen. Then what should I call you? He asked, repeating the same motion. I responded, you give me a name. Me? Said Finch as he carefully studied my face. That's when I came to understand what the doctor had said. I was able to interact with Finch in a normal manner because I had a human-like face.
Metal. Gold.
The doctor did tell me to go find a name, I said. It seems I am part of an experiment to see if a machine like me can develop its own character. Character? Really? Said Finch with a laugh. He's an interesting one, this doctor of yours. Dr. Zaid, was it? I mean, a machine with its own character? Come on. The only reason you can talk is because you're programmed to do so.
Item. Item.
89, we're getting closer.
Allow me to help you in upgrading the medicine.
You gave medicine, he gave mega medicine.
I am happy to have been of service.
Can you do that again? How often can I do this? Alright, we're gonna be here for a while. I think I have like 12 medicines. I wonder, can he then upgrade my mega medicine into ultra medicine? Because that would be tight. Oh, I don't have any medicine left. I see you don't have medicine. Please come back when you get one. Okay. Number 68! We're so close!
This is a repair garage for mecha robos. We work hard to offer the best in tune-ups. Your repairs appear to be difficult. Where are you manufactured? You seem more advanced than any of our other customers, even our four most challenging repair jobs. I'm afraid I cannot help you. I am terribly sorry.
Gold. Item.
Some really good items in this
Nothing.
fucking place.
Gold. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Why do robots need a bed?
Metal.
To sleep?
Nothing.
Perhaps to dream?
Nothing.
Perhaps of electric sheep, maybe?
Metal.
I thought it was only androids who did that. Hey, nice warp key. Tight. Number 99.
The door is currently rusted. There cannot be opened anymore. But cleaning work should be done shortly, so please wait for a little.
That's a tight looking statue. Well, it's a town full of peaceful robots, and the bad guy in this game controls robots. So I can't wait until we get to the point where he finds this place and, like, makes all of these robots destroy themselves or tear down the town that they've been building for 1,000 years.
We are all concerned that unless someone provides us with orders, our bodies will rest up and we will no longer be able to move.
Yeah, sure. That's the reason you want people to give you orders. Alright. According to Finch, even my ability to respond to questions was merely the result of a program installed in my body. He also said the idea of me developing my own character was preposterous, and it was all a product of my processing power that could rapidly respond to any situation. So then I can't develop my own character? How could you? You're a machine, he replied. I couldn't hide my confusion at his assertion. It meant the experiment was meaningless. The others who had gathered around agreed with Finch and then talked on and on about how I was merely a machine. I understood everything they said. Some even called me a tool. That's when a strange sensation suddenly welled up inside me. I wondered what it could possibly be. Then I crushed 2 of them. A command flew from my brain to my 4 limbs, causing an electrical signal to course through my body. I shouted, "I am not a tool!" My body suddenly felt agile and strong. Lost in the feeling, I slammed my fist down on the flagstone at my feet. There was a tremendous boom, and the ground began to split open. People cried in fear. The impact opened cracks in nearby buildings. Jesus Christ. Amid the chaotic scene, no one was more shocked at my destructive power than I. My newfound power confused me. Perhaps this showed I really was a tool. Some people, angry about the damage to the buildings, pressed towards me. One even threw rocks, shouting, "You're a monster! You're a monster!" I couldn't believe it. Me, a monster. When I turned to look at him, he drew back in fear. Soon, rocks were being hurled at me from all sides. There was no way to assuage the anger of those whose homes were damaged. I had no choice but to flee. I tried to make my way back to the workshop without being seen, but a crowd had already gathered there. When I realized that the reporter Finch was at the center of the crowd, I decided it was best for me to keep my distance. This is a general store. We'd like to buy items. To make a purchase, please follow the procedures shown on that monitor. What? You can't help? Ugh, whatever. My job is to offer customer service. It is not to sell things.
Join.
Kids these days. Spells. I have all of the spells. There is nothing you can teach me, shop. Accessories? Super metal necklace and a super metal earring. Like, those are good defense numbers, but it's like, is it worth it? It doesn't give anything else. The ones I have at the moment at least give, like, other things. Dash 16. What's this? Catalan elixir, I don't need any more of that. Nope. What's in this house? Hello, number 32. This is a private home. By what right have you entered here? Right, it just looked like it was a regular house. You have lost your way. The department store is next door. The inn across the square. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna loot your house, so...
Nothing. Gold. Nothing. Nothing.
Nice. This game really does want you to just click on everything, though.
Nothing. Item. Gold. Metal.
I'm annoyed that I can't access that drawer.
Nothing.
Look at how big that dustpan and brush is. Like, Like, these robots aren't even that big. Like, that would be too big for even these robots. Just seems impractical.
Gold. Item. Item.
Oop, more reading.
Item.
I wandered aimlessly all day and all night, the entire time thinking what this whole experiment was for and why I was here. It is indeed environment that forms character. I wondered what was to become of the extreme distrust I had of the doctor and the dread I felt toward humans. Those two feelings had triggered aggressive behavior. It seemed the environment really was changing me. Suddenly, I heard someone say, "Hey you, come over here." I looked toward the voice and saw a woman in the back alley. Her name was Katrina, and she led me to her home. I was concerned and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" She turned to me with a serious look on her face and said, "You're not exactly what I thought you would be." Number 19. We lost our master to war. We pray for the day our new master appears. Will you be my master? Will you step on me? Allow me to service your MP. He wants to service MPs. Should I call the Daily Sun? Or the Mirror? Hello, number 33. I am such a slacker, whoa, whoa. No orders, great life, la, la, la. What? Oh, our guests. Who said anything about not working? Well, now I have to follow him. Number 19, number 39. This number? No, that's number 12. Number 24. Where did number 33 go? Maybe he did actually go back to work. That's unfortunate. I thought the way that was going to work out was that I was going to, like, have to follow him around the place, then eventually give me an item or something. Oh, it's a waiting room. Hello. I have heard that there was a factory far to the north where auroras were made. Our masters once enjoyed the auroras like we do fireworks today.
Nothing. Item. Nothing.
How close is Shu in terms of XP now? I think he's still like 400 behind. 272 to the next level. 47th. Yeah, he's still behind by like... He's still behind by like 200.
Gold. Item. Nothing. Nothing. Gold. Nothing.
Number 184. The Aurora factory and the town's temple basement are guarded by sealed machines. In order to prevent any abuse of technology, that is what I heard from the master. I was puzzled as to what she wanted, so she showed me a newspaper containing an article about me. It must have been the article Finch said he was going to write. It even quoted the doctor as saying, "It was an experiment." The same thing he had told me. The article was quite negative and its headline read, "Strange monster appears." I couldn't argue with the strange part, but monster?
Item. Nothing. Gold.
My god. If the chests in Baldur's Gate 3 announced what was in them, I fill a chest with all the characters on these. Are you still playing Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know how long that game is supposed to be. I too have an undie back. Jesus Christ.
Nothing. Nothing. Gold. Nothing. Gold. Item. Item. Nothing.
Can I check the clock?
Gold.
Okay. Ooh, who needs SP? Let's give it to Maru Maru. Nope. I was hoping he'd get his generalist level up, but I guess not. What number are you? 28. You're not the one I'm looking for. Try and talk to me though. Of all those who live here, I was one of the first made. No, you weren't. You're number 28. I meant number fucking 12 earlier. I can be remodeled to look like the newer ones, but this was how I looked when my master left. I will continue to wait at the house by the temple.
Item.
I'm 34 hours into my playthrough and I'm only halfway through Act 1. 130 hours in and I am about 5 quests from finishing. Oh, there you go.
Nothing.
Note to self, never play Baldur's Gate on stream. If it took Jacob 130 fucking hours to get to the end of it, it would take me like closer to 600 probably. The article included an etching that looked somewhat like me. It also showed cracks in nearby buildings from my punch that had smashed the flagstone. It seemed Katrina became interested in me after seeing the article. I looked around and noticed the room was filled with half-finished paintings. They were all portraits. As you can see, I'm a painter. She said, I paint people's portraits for a living. Yep, that's generally what painters do. Well, no, painters usually paint rooms and ceilings, and the exteriors of houses. When I heard about a human-like machine, I just had to paint it. I can tell what sort of life a person has lived from their face. Katrina looked at me with a serious expression as she said this. I replied, I haven't really lived. I am like a newborn baby, just like the doctor said. Huh. A baby, you say? Now that sounds quite interesting. I can only imagine how much longer it would take people playing it in co-op. I think Kirat said he's going to play it in co-op. But then again, Kirat and Nagra have put like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into several different survival games, so I assume that won't be much of a bother for him. We await the day our new master reveals himself to us at the temple. Okay, I think I have talked to everyone. I think I have gone inside all of the houses. So, into the temple.
I must apologize for earlier.
Huh?
It was I who guided you underground.
Oh, so that was you. Thanks for that. You can call me Shu. What's your name?
I am called 61.
Where's 69?
61? Do all of you go by numbers here?
Closest we've gotten is 68.
They're machines, so naming by numbers would be more efficient.
Yeah, but we're all friends now. 61 is kinda,
I am very sorry.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to be so stiff around us.
Please forgive me. It must be because of this metal armor I have.
That's not exactly what I meant. I know. What if I give you a name?
He has a
Not allowed.
name.
Master would be angry with me.
Did you say master?
Who is this master you speak of?
Nene.
Master is right over there.
Nene.
Join.
Please come this way. If you don't walk closer toward me, I can't activate my trap. Please come closer to me.
This is our master.
This is?
That limbless robot with a satellite sticking out of his head is so
Our
fucking
master has
reminiscent
not
of
visited us
40k.
for 10,000 years.
10,000 years?
years?
Jesus.
Yes, that is correct. We are waiting for a new master to appear here.
If your ancient creators were wiped out by war, I really don't think a new master will show up.
So why are you waiting then?
So that's what they're
Because
programmed to
waiting
do.
is also one of our jobs.
I feel kind of sorry for them.
Only a little bit though.
61.
35.
Who gave you permission to bring visitors here?
Please forgive me. I was just explaining to our young visitors about our master.
Is that something the visitors must know?
Hey, cut him some slack. He just told us because we asked.
This is where we will welcome our master. Guests are not allowed entry without authorization.
What the? Hey, cut it out!
About 69 and 420 are gas lads. If only I could find them. I found 69's brother, his younger brother, 69 or 68.
If you are guests, then act like guests and leave everything to us.
What's your problem? You've got a bad attitude.
Please understand that rules are rules. Goodbye.
She's,
Man,
rules are
what
rules.
a jerk.
Motto hates him!
I am so sorry. Please forgive 35.
Not very pleasant, is he?
We are all the same when we are first activated, but our personalities change according to the masters we serve, the effects of our own programming, and the work and circumstances we encounter.
It's the same as people.
60 must have had a kind master.
61.
61, Maru.
Oh yeah!
Sometimes Maru says things and he reminds me of Mia.
You guys should have real names. You are Yusato, because you're the nice one. And the mean robot will call Hineto. That's perfect.
Yasato?
Hineto?
Those are dumb names.
Yeah, Japanese names are dumb names.
Yasato. Is that my new name?
Yep. You like it?
I do not. It is a dumb name.
61. Why aren't you performing your duties?
Please forgive me, 35.
Hey, Hineto.
What was that?
You're Hineto from now on.
Sir, I do not understand what that means.
It's your name. Your name.
You are incorrect. I am 35. No other name is necessary.
You know something? You really are a jerk.
If you push me too far, I will throw you back outside into the moon lasers.
Yeah, you don't want to go back to the moon lasers, do you?
Please don't, Hineto.
What a silly
Did you
sentence.
just call me Hineto?
I did.
What a silly sentence.
Isn't
If
it
you
a
don't behave
wonderful
yourself,
thing
I'll
to
throw
have
you
a
back
real
outside
name
to
of
the
your
moon
very own?
lasers.
I'm going to report this to 1.
That
Oh,
little snitch.
tell Big Brother.
Is that all right?
It doesn't matter. I think it would be really wonderful if all of you were my new masters.
I don't like the
Please,
sound of the word
step
master.
on me.
Friend sounds much better.
It does.
Yeah, having a mechanical friend is really cool.
Mama, tell everybody back in the village.
Thank you very much.
Join.
Wait, what are we supposed to do now? Let's go back. Maybe I go back in here. Yeah. As long as I am here, you will be unable to enter the temple. If you do not leave soon, you shall be thrown out. Rude. Rude! Okay, well, he was protecting that door, and that door isn't protected anymore. We have finished restoring the doors. You can now pass through them.
Join.
Why is that one robot Russian? It's upsetting. By the way, Maniacal, I meant to ask, what do you think of the little frog of Ireland that follows that can follow the character? We figured out how Wimbley figured out how gear works, so like that's why some people have shadows. Also, the Frog of Ireland is only really the Frog of Ireland when it's going towards the right. When it starts going towards the left, it becomes the Frog of the Ivory Coast. What is this place? A barrier? They seem to be mecha robots on the wall. Number 42. 1 digit away. We need to remove the barrier to open the gate. How do we remove the barrier? The means to remove the barrier is sealed in the basement of the temple. But it cannot be operated without our master's magical powers. Magical powers? We might be able to use our magical powers. Let's try that. Let's go to the temple basement.
Join.
Join. Hello.
It's strange that we have no memory of the destruction that we may have caused during the war. Our memory contains only images of the peaceful times working for our masters.
This dude has been trapped behind this barrier for 10,000 years. 10,000 years! This dude has just been standing in place behind this barrier, in between a barrier and a locked door. That poor man. You heard it here first. Wimbley has broken bad and is now selling gear to take. The rolling curtain 9 is terrifying. Isn't he? Isn't he just? He's great. I love him. I do have to maybe make I should make Mystic Rose and Kira bigger. Actually, can I do that now? Now that I think about it, can I do that from here? This. Whee! No, that's a gift option. I don't want to gift her something. I want to make her bigger. Maybe I can't. Maybe I can't do it from here. Okay, this. I can make everyone bigger, but I can't make specific people bigger. Okay. I'll do that after the stream. It has been sealed off with a blue barrier after the ancient war. Alright, so if we're about to get rid of the blue barrier, then I am gonna have a lot of work to do off in my own free time. Outside of the stream, allow me to cure your status elements. I don't have any status elements. Because, well, oh, Jesus. Once I once I turn off the blue barriers, that means all the chests that are behind blue barriers, I will suddenly have to go back and get. Just waiting until Rolling Curtain 9 gets behind you and starts something. Jesus. We're now removing the rust. Warning, chemicals are poisonous to living creatures.
Gold. Metal. Nothing. Gold.
If you're wondering, Maniacal, medals are exclusively for...
Item.
I give medals to my good friend Akira Toriyama. I call him Toripo. We're good friends like that. And he gives me gifts. That's the kind of relationship that we have. That's a good little emote. Well, that's Math's emote. That's a good little emote. What do you do? Number 42. Oh, yeah. Yeah. How good of you to come. Please allow us to assist you. Everyone's MP has been restored.
Nothing.
Also, if you take that sentence out of context, it's kind of...
Metal.
Well, let's just say it feeds further into the headcanon meme we're coming up with of just
Nothing.
like, oh, it was very good of you to come. Here, let me help you.
Gold. Nothing.
Let me help you
Nothing.
put your pants back on.
Gold. Nothing. Gold. Nothing.
I meant to ask Maniacal, how is the weather down in Kerry, or over in Kerry? Because it's fucking blistering over here. Like, the last 2 days have been, like, literally since the kids went back to school, it's been, like, the sun has been high in the sky every fucking day. Because of course it has. Yep. Well, I have to go in here. I wonder, can I... So I can stealth, but I wonder, can I do that in here? Okay, he's gone. He's gone. Ha 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 ha. Now is my time to strike and ruin their entire civilization. Seriously though, this thing is like kid-friendly Warhammer 40k. What the? It's a war mecha robo. It is! It really is! And look at the mark there. Nene. We better be careful.
Join.
This isn't even the first time you've seen the Nene mark. There it is as well. It's literally on the front door. I can't wait to meet one.
Is something wrong?
Well, there's nothing wrong exactly, but we heard there's a way to deactivate the gate barrier here.
Yes, that is correct. And if you pass through, you can head north without worrying about the moon lasers.
I like the moon lasers though.
Actually, we do have to head north.
Understood. I will show you.
Can I head back outside after this? To hang out with the moon lasers? Because,
Join.
I think there might have been chests that I left outside, and I can't abide that. Oh, is that one? Shit, he's big. Or is the blue thing one?
Checkpoint.
Also, look at the size of this room. 100% this is a boss fight. Well, I'm not going to say 100%, but like... There's a fairly good chance this is a boss fight. Nice! Kloop got to level 20 in her generalist. So I think I'll switch her back to black magic. And give her accessory 2. And because I gave her accessory 2, that means it was off of her, which means I need to give her accessories back. Means I need to give her a scarf and a belly button ring.
Here is the gate controller, but I heard only the master can operate it.
Let's give it a try.
Maybe don't let oh, for fuck's sake.
Look out. Something's coming.
Huh?
That was an incredibly quiet explosion. Oh. Kira, this is your forte. What do I do? Kira! Fire horse! Fire pony! What do I do against the fire pony? This is your expertise, I need your help! Oh, that was a bad. Submit and worship. No, combat information, Kieran. I need combat information. No, I thought the flames would weaken a bit. Hind leg kick. Spell. Terra. Spell. Barrier magic. Jump Flora. Spell. Barrier magic. Hilda. What's that move called? It's no good. Pour more water onto it. And the train staring down eternity. I mean, I've considered it. The flames went out. Wow. Staring down eternity. Memory of forgotten love. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. That's not that bad, actually. Oh, so that hind kick did 60 damage to Shu, but in return the horse took over 300 damage because of the trap floor and the counter attack. Trap floor is great. Oh, he's trying to spell. This probably isn't going to work. But this should cancel a charge, and I'm pretty sure that dude is charging. This probably isn't gonna work. Oh, it's a Kieran. Alright, Kieran. How do you fight Kierans? Kieran's are in MLP, right? Barrier. Shield. You don't make them angry. Well, look. Okay, so in future I'll keep that in mind. But let's imagine in this scenario that I've already done that. What do I do after that? Beta Rajang into fighting it until they break its horn. I can't find one of those. Oh, I never used the creature compendium on it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, no rank up for her for the magic. That's unfortunate.
What was that?
Magic.
I'm not really sure.
I think we can operate the
Find the
ancient
one
machine.
Kieran that talks and have it negotiate with its kin. Now repair it, reprogram it, and use it as an awesome mount. I would love to.
Amazing. Could it be that you are...
Nice, I got a blue device.
Join.
Does that mean I can wirelessly listen to my iPod now? I'm gonna have to do so much backtracking.
Item.
Hey, Squid. We just defeated the Kieran, I think is what it was called. So you can put that thing's boss info in the wiki or in the Discord now, I guess.
Item.
I guess you can also put it in your tier list. How far is Maro from 36? Alright, he's nowhere near. So let's just get him up to 20. Enhancement. Alright, now everyone's level 20 generalist. Okay, good. Guardian. Who has the worst health? Luke. Wow, Jiro has 436. That's because of the stomach bend. Seen any moles? Yes. Yes, there were moles. There were flying moles on the the laser field. Also, I did a side quest in the Gorgo village, and I fought Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What was his name? Not Sura, the other one. Whatever all the side bosses in the Gorgo village side quest are, I fought all of them. So, yeah. Guru was his name, I think. I think his name was Guru. And then there was the village elder. Your powers may have opened other barriers as well. They have, and now I'm going to have to go back through the entire world and find all of those barriers that my magic opened, and I'm going to have to fucking unlock all of them. It's going to take me an entire day. Buying mokes is one way to grind. I heard that a good way to grind SP at least is like there's an area just outside Jabral Castletown. Once you have Field Barrier 2 and regenerate MP, then it's a good way to yes, I would like to get all the Jello Destroyers, but I'll find them in time. I think maybe the black and white ones might be difficult to find. If I recall correctly, there was like some colors that were like difficult to find, but for the most part you find them through the story, if I recall correctly. What happened in the temple contradicts my previous assumptions. One day you will face consequences for such illogical behavior. Seems like something happened in the temple, but I will continue to wait for my master. Alright, I think the inn was free, if I recall correctly. Yep, the inn was free. Yes, the black one, okay. What happened, Jacob? I put a book I now need to reference in the storage chest, and now it's just amongst the 300 books in there. Thanks, Jacob. That cheered me up. I mean, not like I was in a bad mood, but still, that knowledge. You know what I like more than all my material? You know what I like more than all my material objects? Knowledge. There's no barrier here! It's completely gone! We can now get rid of the blue barrier. We can now get rid of blue barriers whenever we want.
Join.
I was trapped behind that barrier for 10,000 years. I can now go outside because you removed the barrier. Now I can finally open an item shop. Please stop by.
Oh shit, yeah, okay, cool. Tight. Sweet. At least your chest full of stuff does not crash the game, giving you a house that leads into another dimension you cannot enter. I'm sure, Kira, you just need a stronger PC. Oh god, I can examine all of these? Oh, that's not gonna end well.
Nothing. Nothing.
I'm assuming the chair thing is a Minecraft reference? Not 100% sure.
Nothing. Nothing.
It's a general question. Barriers finally come down. We can finally get to my work. They say the older the book, the better it is. Oh, you sell spells! No! No, you sell spells and I fucking spent all my fucking money! Okay. There has to be something I can sell. Oh, I need more money. No! Why do I have 3 versions of wait. Oh. I was like, why do I have 3 versions of a spell? I don't. Alright, let's get rid of this. And, wow, our deal stuff only sells for 5? Oh, that's terrible. Water necklace. Scarf I can sell, but the bow tie I can't. What sense does that make? Yes, I will decrease it when I know that you have matured and you won't spam it so much. Also, I don't have any water left. I've gone through all of my water. And I'm too lazy to go up and get more. Fine. Okay, so I can buy like, what, 1 of these? Attack up, increase physical strength. That sounds really good. Defends against magical damage. I think this one is the one I want. Okay, so I just need to sell a bit more. I can buy this. Now I am nowhere. Put a longer cooldown. Why must you take my rights away? Because it gives me a sense of power. I'm a tin pot dictator. Quicker. That could be useful, I guess. Sell. Nothing else to really sell, though. Looks like I could sell these fucking gems that I never fucking use. Okay, I'm gonna do that, but I am going to do the hydrate, but before I do, Squid, is there any point in me holding on to these eternal engines? I mean, are they like, do they only do what they say they do on the tin? Like, this one increases speed and this one decreases it? Is that all they do? Like, cause I could sell like two or three of these, and I'd have enough to buy that new spell. Or like, do I get to a place later on where you can? Okay, so you usually it's not like I could get to a place later on where I can put in broken eternal engines and get working eternal engines. It's strange, we have no memory. Yep.
Hold. Nothing.
Oh yeah, I should Right, welcome back to the stream. Let me catch up on what I missed in chat. Of course, when I actually get back to the computer easy. I finished my other stuff and came back. So you started setting up for my own stream. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna. Oh, that was a good. That was a good quote to pull, Streamlabs. Way to go. Alright, Jacob, it's like 2 minutes late, but here you go. There you go. Gonna make a joke about Ireland not having drinking water taps, so you would have to go down to the stream, but I think England is too close to having that be a reality for me to go there right now. Yeah, you're in too much of a glass house to throw that stone, Jacob. You don't have that anymore. You don't have that as a luxury anymore.
Gold. Nothing. Nothing.
Speaking of being late, I have a friend who I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the whole thing of it's like an internet designation of if you reach 30 without losing your virginity, you were considered a wizard. Or I suppose a witch if you're female, I guess, and you are inclined as such. I mean, women can be wizards, but whatever. I'm getting away from my point. So I have a friend who is a wizard, and members of our friend group would refer to him as such, and I was always kind of like, don't say that. Like, I get it, and it's funny, like, but like, maybe he's not comfortable with that. Like, don't, like, it just seems kind of rude. Seems kind of like an insult. But he's taking it in his stride. Like, I don't know if he's taking it in his stride to, like, you know, kind of sound like he's in on a joke or whatever, or if he actually doesn't care and he finds it funny. I hope it's the latter. But yeah, no. Any time we plan for anything, he always shows up like 10 to 15 minutes late. And if anyone complains about him, he just uses the like the Lord of the Rings line of like, a wizard is never late. He never arrives before or after. He always arrives exactly when he means to. So I was thinking about playing Octopath today, and decided to see what I was doing at the end of the last stream of that game. And long story short, I've decided not to play Octopath today. Why would it be insulting? Have you seen how convenient Mage Hand is as a cantrip? This is a store from 10,000 years ago. It might still be helpful. Nah, not really. Right, let's... The door was over here. This is the door I was heading for. I'm sure an underground river is just a river. Oh, it's a Kappa! No! Oh, it's a Kellalon. Okay, yeah. I forgot that's what they were called in this game. Spell. Ground. I'm not impressed. Farm, well, I suppose 5 SP is good, but like, I did kill like 6 of them.
Treasure. Item. Detected.
Please tell me that did not back attack me. No, it didn't. It's fine. Also, I found a way to make Zola useful. I turned her into a spellcaster.
Defeated.
See? She's useful now. She does damage now, it's great. Also, I need to switch Maru Maru off of the generalist. That'll. He doesn't need to be generalist anymore. He got it to level 20. We're gonna send him back to being an assassin. What the fuck? Everyone gives some.
Don't you mean I managed to find a way to make Zola useful?
Yeah, sorry. I managed to find a way to make Zola useful. There you go. Sorry. Right, so go back to being an assassin. Counterattack boost. This, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then Dora. Now I have to give him his accessories back. I'm not gonna give him the dog collar anymore. I'm not gonna give him the dog collar anymore. I'm giving him the bow tie and the magic shoes. Magic shoes actually give him more MP than the dog collar does anyway, so. Actually, maybe I should give her a second pair of magic shoes. Remove. Dog collar. There you go. Because if she's gonna be a actually it's Zola. Thank you very much. But yeah, if she's gonna be a main, she might as well have as much fucking SP as or MP as I can give her. Is anyone else at 20? Shu is at 20. Shu, time for you to start training. Oh, you've gotten everything to 20. Okay, I guess stay as Guardian and get to 25. It's 5 ads? 5? In that one ad break? Jesus Christ.
Detected. Detected. Detected.
I should have tried to group them up.
Defeated.
Hey Mia, welcome back. Waste of a barrier. That wasn't what I meant to do. Well, I guess we're not fighting things anymore.
Detected. 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 Detected.
Hyper Kellalon? What the fuck is a Hyper Kellalon? Oh shit, who's he gonna use that on? It missed! Oh shit, look how many of them there. It missed! It missed again! Bollocks! Tits. Well, fuck. Twitch is not paying everything. Twitch is paying very little, if nothing. The only reason I switched back on the ads is because fucking Mia gave me like 10,000 bits the other day, and I don't want her money to go to Twitch. And I'm pretty sure that money doesn't go to me unless I get to the like €50 payout or whatever, and that won't happen until I have ads on. So I have to turn the ads back on. Well, you are the most popular Blue Dragon streamer on Twitch, so 5 ads seems reasonable. Support? I have a Kellalon elixir around here somewhere. There it is. Right, no. No. Heal? I thought I had something that got rid of Kellalon. Start Karnak. Ah, there you go. Princess's Kiss. You are currently 8 times more popular than the second placed streamer. Mystic is streaming next. She'll be streaming in probably like half an hour. Or wait, maybe less? 10 minutes? I don't know. I'm abandoning a stream for the other Blue Dragon stream. No, don't leave me! No! I was AFK for a second, but thank you, yeah, I'm setting up now. She's 5 minutes away. Never mind, they're French and they don't have a mic. That's why I'm 8 times more popular than them. Spell, white magic, pure Kellalon on yourself. Why do you have to do a dance, Jiro? I feel like you didn't need to do a dance. Okay, spell. Use ground it and kill all of them now, for the love of God.
Defeated.
Oh Jesus, he's still alive. Full on fight.
Counter.
Spell. Extractor. Oh, extract it. I can extract MP with extractor? I guess I didn't read what the thing says. Spell. Arrow. There you go. I killed it with an Xbox 360. I used to stream Blood Dragon, and I don't have a mic. Bonjour, mon petit pois. That's different, you're not French, Squid. Is French evil or something? I mean, they're not great. Ugh.
Detected. Detected. Detected.
Oh, they're fast. It's nice to see the Kellalon doesn't last past one fucking... doesn't last longer than the battle. That's good. Winda, I guess. No, don't dive! If you dive, I can't attack you. Oh yeah, I'm in the assassin tree now, so I don't get charged attack anymore. Margaret thinks Yusufa needs to be educated in the dangers of socialism and unions. Oh, that's an old one. That is an old one, Kira. That's like over a year old. Oh, Yusufa. Poor Yusufa. She spoke sense. She was one of the few people in that game that spoke sense. Hearing Zeke drink peacefully and then scream fuck, 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 fuck while being shot at the moon is an example of my fucked up taste in comedy. Hey, look. I remember when Kirak got all sticky. It's mad to think to me that that wasn't that long ago, and yet it like Mia has no reference for that. He wasn't there for it. It was like before her. It's weird because it feels like Mia has just been here the whole time. She hasn't. She's really new. Yeah, flare sword.
Defeated.
Oh, these things are little bitches. Can I punch these things to death? Yeah, I can punch them to death.
Boost. Targeting up. Defeated.
Yeah, but you don't know what it, like, you weren't there in the stream that it happened. I think Wembley was there for that stream. Winda.
Defeated.
I kind of want to use Watera on them just because it's the one that like hits everyone in a line. But I'm worried that like because they're fish, water won't do anything to them.
Defeated.
What is this, like the third game I've seen you play? Technically it's the like what, 5th game you've seen me play, because BioShock was 3 different games, but yeah, technically this is the 3rd series you have seen me play. The quote comes from, oh, and Citizen Sleeper, yeah. So technically this, depending on how you want to count it, it's either the 4th or like the 7th game you've seen me play. But yeah, so, the sticky reference comes from like Final Fantasy VI, which was like the game before you showed up. That's the game where, was that the game where Funguson showed up? That is the game where Funguson showed up.
Treasure.
Treasure! I heard treasure.
Item.
Alon.
Defeated.
It's nice that Kellalon doesn't last through the entire fight, and you still get experience.
Detected. Detected.
No, Fungi is relatively new. Of everyone here, aside from Pirat, I'd say that the most OG person is Mystic. Well, no, that's not fair. Jacob was here for my very first stream, I think. He popped in for like 10 minutes from my very first stream. And I just saw Mystic just went live, so technically she's not here. She's here in spirit. No! Oh. Well, at least I killed one. Gonna give the dragon person money. Send her my love! Where the hell do you think Mia is getting this money? You think she got money from like her grandparents or something for completing her exams, and she just doesn't know what to do with it? I lurked some of your first streams while doing other things. My mic was terrible back then. I have clips from back then and I hate listening to them because my mic was so bad. I mean, my mic isn't perfect, but it's a lot fucking better than it was now. She got a part-time job, I think. She's had that for ages, hasn't she? Like, she works with her family, doesn't she? I don't know. I'm not as in depth on the Mia lore as you are. She sometimes tells me about things she buys, and I'm just smiling and nodding. So she's a teenager, Jacob. It's a canon event. You can't stop it. She has to learn. It's the only way she learns. We all did it.
Defeated. Counter. Defeated. Defeated.
What a waste of window this is going to be. Oh no, Shu gets to go. Okay, so she's not going to waste the window. She bought like a She bought a GBA?
New skill.
What the fuck? Oh no! Oh, that gives me a pain in my belly. Oh no, she bought an emulator? Oh god. We could have, she could have just bought a HDMI cable and we could have told her how to like get an emulator on like her laptop. Oh no, oh that hurts. Oh, what a waste of money that was. Oh no.
Detected lost.
Ah, yeah, she could have asked. She has an internet dad and an internet brother. She could have just asked.
Counter.
Hey, Fuckerson.
Defeated.
We were only just discussing you earlier. Mia was surprised that you weren't here from day one of me streaming. Just to be safe, let's do Grounder.
Defeated. Boost.
Attack.
Defeated. Defeated.
And we are winning, yeah. We recently got, you missed the boss fight, so that's unfortunate for you. And we got a blue device which lets us unlock all the blue jelly chests. So we have access to all the blue jelly chests now, which is great because it means I'm gonna have to spend an entire fucking day of my own time going back and finding all the fucking blue jelly chests. Yeah, you did come in during Final Fantasy VI. You and a friend of yours, I think, but you stuck around and your friend didn't. Actually, I don't know if you ever knew that guy that came in with you during Final Fantasy VI. You guys seem to know each other, but I'm not sure. I wish I could leave this world and create my own things, don't we all? Become, what is it? Become a Mormon. Mormons, when they die, get to become the gods of other planets. So there you go. Yeah, I don't remember who it was either. I just remember there being another person who also knew a lot about Final Fantasy VI, and you guys would like discuss stuff as though you knew each other. But I could never fully understand. I could never fully pick up on whether you two knew each other or whether you just both knew Final Fantasy VI and were like relating to each other through that. Black magic ground.
Defeated. Level up.
Treasure.
Item.
Oh, also we ran into apparently the moon in this world is a giant orbital laser. And it's been shooting at us. Like if we go over there where the light is and all of the, all the pock marks are, the moon will start shooting at us and it gets very loud. What the hell is that thing? It's like a sword, or it's like a fish with loads of swords. Oh, dude! Look at you with the Cannelons down there! Oh, that's some good SP down there. Wait a minute. I haven't got to do this in ages. These guys are gonna fight each other. Monster fight! Take a page from the Book of Outer Worlds and force a bunch of people to labor till they die, terraforming an entire planet for you. Oh, you mean the Catalans? Yeah. Well, to run from me, they need to be faster than me, and every experience I've had so far proves that they are not faster than me, so...
Power down.
Sword... No, going to attack.
Defeated.
Because I don't want to waste my MP. I also have to give MP regeneration to Zola because I don't think she has it, and that would probably be very useful for her to have. Magic sword on you. Sword on... Still ground. Taxes can't run. Taxes can't run, but I always catch up with you. Oh, he self-destructed. There you go. Never seen him do that before. But yeah, once you make it up to a certain tax bracket, Squidchu, taxes get very slow. And they fail to catch you as quickly as they used to. And sometimes they actually pay you. If you have a good accountant.
Critical. Defeated.
Spell. Round.
Defeated.
Anyway, I'm conking out. I got school tomorrow, despite having 2 lessons and the rest of the day free periods.
New skill.
You only have 2 classes tomorrow? Do you have to stay in school for the entire day? Do you really have to stay in school for the entire day even though you only have 2 classes? Are those like classes when I was in secondary were like 45 minutes? 45 minutes maybe? You can leave whenever you want. Jesus Christ. That's like a community college or something. That's mad. Did you know that in space it's really hard to make spaghetti bolognese? I didn't, but it makes sense now that you say it. I live in the USA. Everything here is after your money and your soul. Again, not once you reach a certain tax bracket, Squidchu. I mean, at that point, you probably don't have your soul anymore, but my point being is, like, rich people don't pay tax. Even though, like, you can go to the government and be like, look, I want to give you more tax. Here, let me pay you more. And they're like, no. Here, have some money back. It's like, no, you're missing the point. Skills. You. Oh, she has regenerate MP on. Doesn't feel like she does. Alright, Shadow. Luke. Let's get the support magic up. Skill 4. Accessory 2. Magic Fence. Yeah, I'm not using Field Barrier at the moment, so. That was a very rare case of a dual whiff there, where both sides of the party. Well, you have been saving up your money for this, haven't you, Squidchu? Fair play. Marmot believes that government should stay out of citizens' business and also provide female marmots for Marmot. In 0G, you can't really guarantee that you'll get ground beef. Jesus Christ. Spell. Ah, shit, she doesn't have any spells left.
Critical. Defeated. Critical.
Defeated. Why did use an MP if they die on one hit?
Defeated. New skill.
What do you get? Surprise. I'll be the reason why hydrate will increase again.
Treasure.
No, you made a good point about just like
Item.
putting a longer cooldown on it. I should do that. Right. What was I looking for? Items. Heal. Something else I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I need to change Maro's shadow. Actually, no, I think I'll stay with the assassin. Because he has everything at 20, so... Haha!
Detected. 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 Lost. Detected. Detected.
It's not so much the drinking the bit, it's the way that I drink it in the way that almost fucking chokes me.
Defeated. Boost.
I might make it cheaper. I don't know.
Defeated. Defeated.
Have you considered drinking it in such a way that doesn't choke you? No. I mean, like, usually I do drink it in such a way that doesn't choke me. The whole point of the redeem is the gross sounds.
Defeated. Boost. Defense up.
It says so, like, in the redeem reward. Like, would hydrate count as an in-battle action considering you are in battle most of the time? No! 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 Spell. Black magic. Count.
Defeated.
Should be a good bit of SP, right? Like 15-ish?
New skill.
Tight.
Treasure. Lost. Gold. Lost. Detected. Detected.
What the fuck?
Lost.
Thank God the laser didn't see me when I was stunned like that. Jesus.
Detected. 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 Lost. Lost.
Jesus. Trying to hit these things sometimes is a pain in the arse. Alon. Miss. Miss. I don't know, there's just something about the way she says Kale Alon is just fucking hilarious to me. Oh yeah, because they changed her to support magic. She doesn't have fucking ground anymore. God damn it.
Defeated.
Don't use it on...
Miss.
Defeated. 694 damage, Christ. Who are you calling a bozo? God, that is not a word I have heard in like years.
Lost. Detected. 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 Detected.
Right. Who goes first? This guy?
Defeated.
This guy?
Defeated.
This guy? Oh, that's not good. Magic... Sword.
Defeated.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Zola wasn't able to one-shot him. I suppose she's not a physical attacker anymore, but still.
Defeated.
Luke isn't a physical attacker either.
Defeated. Boost.
Fast attack, nice.
Defeated. 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 Defeated.
Yeah, that's very embarrassing for Zola.
Defeated.
At least she got to go twice, I guess.
Boost ability up. Critical. Defeated. Defeated.
There's like 4 groups of these, right, if I recall correctly?
Defeated.
Right, so let's just use the magic sword. You can't kill one of these things on your own, apparently.
Defeated. Boost.
This is a big group.
Defeated. Defeated.
I'm gonna get like, what, 20 SP for this?
Defeated. Defeated.
Oh wow, that was terrible. Okay, don't use water on the kappas. That makes sense. They're kappas. I shouldn't have used water on a kappa.
Defeated. Defeated. Rank up.
Yep, 20 SP. Nice. 24 technically, I think. If I understand how that combo works. Oh, everyone ranked up. Well, Jiro didn't rank up. No new skills either.
Treasure. Gold.
I really don't understand. Oh, you're talking to the Pokeball. I was like, why are you calling me a stupid goblin? I don't know what I've done. Suppose I could, like, on-Kellalon myself. I could just attack. Spell. Burned.
Defeated. Boost. Defeated.
Spell. Round.
Defeated.
That is incredibly satisfying, I must admit.
Class unlocked.
Is there one more playable character in the game that you say? No, this is it. This is the complement of 5. This is what you get. This is everyone. Actually, I have seen one other character referenced, like in the anime and stuff, but I think she's in a different game. I don't think she shows up in this one. I can smell the yellow feather on top of your head. Okay. Is the moon laser operated by the government? Marmot advises against this action as it would create joinder. Yes, it is certain, apparently. Yeah, this is the whole team. Oh yeah, reached level 25, yeah. Assassin, I guess. Monk, I guess. Oh, level 30, I guess I reached.
Treasure.
Right, I now have to change every— oh no, they didn't.
Item. Item. Item.
Ancient Sorcerer's Necklace. That sounds like something that Kluke would want. Accessories. Oh, gosh. Alright. Necklace. Ancient Sorcerer's Necklace. Primarily attacks it. Enhances magical attack and defense. Ooh, and it gives MP. I think I'm going to give that to Zola. Yeah. Yep. In Marmot's opinion, is the government run by them? Marmot advises that you represent yourself as lawyers or status stooges. Concentrate and ask again. He's terrified. He's too terrified to answer. He's too terrified to answer, Kirat. He knows that they monitor Twitch. What would Marmot do? Kira, put that in. Could you put that in our old Discord and remind me to make remind me to. We're gonna have to make a response for that. Oh Jesus, I'm coming towards the end of the stream. Okay. Can I one-shot these things? Yes, yes I can. Not sure Jiro can though. Yeah, he can. Okay. I've left you a little snack in your DMs, buddy.
Level. Class unlocked.
8-ball, can I go home? Marmot would take this opportunity to recommend Marmot Coin, the only crypto completely outside the state control as it runs solely on Marmot's offline Pentium computer, and may only be traded by sending money to Marmot's account and collecting your Marmot Coin from a randomly designated dead drop. So yes, you can go home.
Detected.
How do I get to that chest over there?
Defeated. Boost. Targeting up. Defeated. Defeated.
Your snack is in the fridge.
Defeated.
I get something to eat. Marmot declares that as a strawman under maritime law, you are legally lost at sea and should not undertake any action while in the presence of a fringed flag without first declaring your counterparty overboard and yourself outside the realm of common sense. I wouldn't count on it. No, you don't get to eat.
Defeated. Treasure.
Oh, treasure.
Item. Detected.
Wait, have I inadvertently gone the right way? That wasn't the intention.
Defeated. Defeated. Defeated.
Oh.
Defeated.
Did Squidchu win the Battle Royale? Or did the Battle Royale not work? I'm confused. What happened? It didn't work. Oh, that's annoying.
Detected. 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 Counter. Defeated.
Well, it's not gonna work if you spell it like that, Kira. Kira, can you also remind me to fix Battle Royale or at least modify it? Because I know what I know what I need to do to Battle Royale. I didn't think I turned it off or made it harder to use. I thought I just made it so that it had a longer cooldown. Have I not lost any health? I haven't lost a single bit of health in this. What? There, no, Jacob just hit me. I'm so big that I just need to roll near the health packs. This is unfair. I can't lose. I can lose. I suppose I can lose if I don't go near the health packs. And Squidchu does. This is a battle for the ages. Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you come for the king. If you're gonna shoot your shot, don't miss.
Defeated. Boost. Defeated. Defeated.
Yes, I did. I am too chunky for battle. It's called strategy, Squid. You wouldn't understand. While you were building while you were building whatchamacallits in Minecraft, I was out here studying strategy and the art of war.
New skill.
Fuck. Ooh, endure. That's one of the skills that I saw recommended to me.
Treasure.
Treasure where?
I protected.
Going for the king and not missing the shot reminds me of the genius plan to assassinate a powerful sorceress with a sniper rifle. Ah, yeah.
Fair, wrong. Defeated. Defeated. Miss.
If this was if this was like one of the Final Fantasies, every time you turned into it, like I'm thinking specifically Final Fantasy VI, but when you got turned into a Kappa or got turned into a Kellalon in this case, that would basically be the equivalent of you being dead. So if everyone in the team got turned into a Kellalon, y'all are dead. Doesn't seem to matter here.
Defeated.
While Squid was playing Minecraft and you were studying strategy, Balam Garden was studying Sniper Elite. No, you saw me play Sniper Elite. You know that if Balam Garden had been teaching his students about Sniper Elite, then they wouldn't have used sniper rifles. They would have used their silenced sidearm, and they would have used chokeholds on people, and a lot of hiding bodies in bushes.
Treasure. Item. Detected. Lost. Item.
Through the belly button ring of wind. Ah, fuck. I didn't want to fight these things. Ah, I'm over time. Shit. Spell. Ground down, hope it kills all of them, I guess.
Miss.
Magic sword.
Defeated.
Jokes, I knew I was playing Roblox. Yeah. I like how that went entirely through the dude in front of her.
Defeated.
Also, I don't know why I'm gendering the jellyfish as female, but I am, so there you go. Stone shoes seem like a bad item that you wouldn't want. After I fight this group of Kellalon, I'm going to see if I can save, and if I can, then I'll end the stream. But if I can't, I guess we're going lock. Because I need to get to the end. I need to get to the end of this. I need to get to a place where I can save.
Defeated. Boost. Defeated. 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 Defeated.
Spell. was hoping that if I charged ground, it would hit the next group, but alas, no.
Defeated. Boost. Critical.
I will say, due to the amount of group battles that I've been doing, I haven't really been running into an MP or an HP shortage, which is nice.
Defeated.
Yes.
Defeated.
Let's say yes.
Defeated.
Did that animation seem to anyone else like it was oh fuck.
Item.
Did that animation seem to anyone else like it was running like kind of fast?
Detected. Detected. Lost.
Oh, there's a save spot. Thank fuck. Okay, we're gonna kill like this group of Kellalon, the other group of Kellalon further up, and then we're gonna save.
Critical. Defeated. Miss. Defeated. Defeated.
Ground. Kind of a waste of ground, but whatever.
Boost. Defeated. Defeated. Defeated.
Okay, come on.
Defeated.
Magic sword, fire sword.
Critical. Defeated.
As unfair as it may be, this entire section has made me feel incredibly powerful.
Rank up. New skill.
Alright, so she got her black magic. Wow, she got that black magic to 20 really quickly. And I know I leveled it up kind of with magic, with rare candies a little bit, but like, still.
Treasure.
Fuck. I think that was a back attack. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay. Oh no, it might have been a back attack actually, because they're all going in front of me. Don't do dizzy on one of my magic casters. Okay, it's shield. That doesn't matter. Black magic. Ground.
Defeated. Defeated.
Shu still shouldn't be dizzy after this fight ends, right?
Level up. Detected.
Also, Squid, what was it you were saying about these guys running? They never run from me. Are they supposed to run? Or maybe you meant that they run at me? I don't know.
Defeated. Boost. Defeated.
It's even when I'm fighting the Hyper Kellalon and they all go in front of me, they never run.
Critical. Defeated. 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 Rank up. New skill.
Cool. Loot.
Lost.
Loot sounds interesting. What does loot do? Steal an item while you attack. That is nice.
Detected. Detected.
Okay, I guess we're fighting this one last guy. Never run away from high level players. Yeah, well, thankfully, I am not that.
Critical. Defeated.
I mean, everything runs away from attackers that are higher level than it.
Defeated.
Nice! Tight. I think it's the first time I ever killed a Hyper Callalon without them getting an attack off. It's fun.
Treasure.
Treasure.
Item. Detected.
No, I don't have time. No. I have to get up for work in the morning. A lot of fucking experience in this stream. I think we got like 6 levels tonight. Right. It's this screen I want. Anyway. Right. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. Thank you, Fungusid, for showing up, and everyone who popped in to make me the most popular Blue Dragon streamer on the entirety of Twitch.tv.